Hey, everybody. Oh no, there's no kitties. I'm just gonna eat these 3 grapes and then I'll get started. So last night, right when I turned off the stream, um, an epilogue for the main story just decided to pop up. So I didn't read it, I didn't go through it, but we are gonna have to go back and look at that before we start the additional like add-on story. And if we do that, if we finish that before the stream is over, we have a couple of options available to us. A few options, rather. But we'll see how I'm feeling. I have a indie horror game that I have on my docket. Oh, who's that now? Hi there. Did you come to be the mascot? Oh, he's such a beefy boy. Oh, there he goes. Here he goes. So I have a new indie horror game on the docket that I'm going to stay all over here. That I'm going to get up on the YouTube channel one way or another. But if I feel like playing it and we have time after, I might choose that. Or I might chill with some Hard Space Shipbreaker. Y'all can see me breaking up some ships in space. Or I can play Hades. So those are the 3 options that we have after I'm done. So with all that in mind, let's do the do. Let's get back into Necrobarista. Gaming. Hi. Oh. You came out here just to hang out, huh? You bad kitty. If you weren't here last night, I just want you to know that the story did, in fact, make me cry. I managed not to choke up while I was reading the parts that were making me cry, but I was in danger that whole time. So I believe this is the epilogue that we're going into. We're still aiming for 100% less, right? Sure, I guess. Well, it's progress, I suppose. Maddie? Yeah? Why is the ground outside on fire? Oh, the fuck is this? Oh, brother. Hey, is that... You ready? Yeah. Wretched, isn't it? You know what this place needs, pal? Tell him. What? I don't actually know what this place needs. I was hoping I'd have thought of something by now. You guys done? I guess. Great. You'd better pick up that cigarette, Keyshawn. Wow, I will! I didn't mean to be disrespectful. That was the cute tough guy act you two had going on there. Yeah? Very convincing. Yeah. An enforcer is required to be imposing. It's in the job description. Oh no, don't fire me! He's not gonna fire you. He's too much of a big softie for that. I am not a softie. Sure you aren't. You're basically a giant teddy bear with a metal hat. Hey, hold on. You joined the council, Keyshawn? Heh. Yeah, actually. You're not gonna tell her now. You're not gonna tell her now, are you? Huh? I thought we were gonna do a little build-up. Tell me what? Oh, Too much pressure! Tell me, you weasel. Don't be rude. Necromancer baristas are required to be mean to council staff. It's in the job description. He's done a good thing for you, you ought to know. Oh, well, in that case. What's up, bud? Come on. I can't handle the suspense. Well, last night we ended up in the archives. The council archives. Keyshawn went in with a particular goal and dragged me along. Hey, you didn't protest that much. Anyway, you might want to sit down for this. Okay. I managed to wipe your debt. What? Is this a bad practical joke? No, he's telling the truth. Turns out there's some old bylaws that have loopholes, and, well, you're not going to believe this, but the council allows payment of debt in a bunch of weird ways. Yeah, we really ought to fix that. And one of those ways is through the voluntary sacrifice of a soul. Wait, what? So I was able to sacrifice myself by joining the council and wipe your outstanding debts at the same time. Well, that's silly. Huh? So you guys get to do as much human sacrifice as you like, but as soon as I'm doing it, I'm a menace and upsetting the natural order? Maddie. Yes, Nettie dearest? Pull your head in. You're right. I apologize. Keyshawn, you didn't do this just for me, did you? Are you sure you're okay with this? No, I promise. This is fine. I wanted to stay. I was way too afraid to pass on. And I thought the council was interesting, and I wanted to learn more about it. Ned might have talked me into it a little bit, but I absolutely promised that I didn't feel pressured into it. I made this decision on my own. I don't know what to say. Just consider it as repaying the kindness I was shown when I walked in. I was really, really freaked out, and you all helped a lot with that. Aww. She's so short compared to him. Thank you. Oh. Thank you so, so much. So, we're gonna be okay? As long as you stay on the straight and narrow from now on, yes. Cool. Reckon you'd be able to do that, Maddie? Yeah. I'll do my best. No more illegal rituals. No more illegal rituals. Promise. I'll stick to the legal stuff for as long as I can. I suppose that'll have to do. I understand that you're somewhat of a stuck record in this regard, and I'm trying to make my peace with that. Aw, look at you two, making friends. Wholesome. Please, just try and keep your head down. I will, yeah. Gonna be hard. Gonna be hard to, cause too much trouble. Gonna be hard to cause too much trouble if you keep raiding my suppliers anyway. Sorry, just doing my job. Yeah, I can't fault you for that. Anyhow, I'm afraid we've places to be. So soon? We only just got here. I told you we were only popping in for 5 minutes. We've got paperwork to do. Ugh, responsibilities. Catch you two later. Thanks again. I appreciate it a lot. You're welcome. Anytime. Aww. It's so sweet. Curious. Ugh, I'm gonna have to scrub those off. Are we gonna do it now? Nah, I'll do it later. Right now, though, everything's pretty calm, so I was thinking we might close up early. What was that noise? I don't know if y'all could hear that. Damn it, what is it now? Oi! You better clean that up, you little monster. Is it trying to tell us something? I love them. Oh! Hey, watch it! What's going on? It's a plant? What's with the envelope? Smells nice. What's the card say? It's from Che. The time for regrets and apologies is long past. All we can do is look forward to the future with a smile on our faces. Don't obsess over what could have been. Please. I know you're gonna do great things, and you don't need my help for that. This is my last gift to you, my apprentice. You kept saying you needed this, so I went out and got it. I think that even though some people claim to be ready for what lies next, everyone wants a little more time. No! You made me read a pun so sincerely. Che. Hey, are you okay? That bastard couldn't resist playing one last joke on us, could he? Aww. I'm okay. Seriously, a pun and I can't even give him a withering look in response. I mean, he was just quoting you, wasn't he? Yes, he was. Let's go hang this up. Aww. I know it's just us two now, but I think he'll always be here in some form, right? I think so, yeah. We can't get rid of him that easily. Alright, let's close up. What are we gonna do? I was thinking of heading to the hardware store. Everyone keeps saying we need more plants in here. Why stop at one? Achievement unlocked. Epilogue. Oh my gosh. It was a really sweet little ending. Okay, extra story. As I understand, Walking to the Sky was released like a few days ago. So I'm excited that we can jump into this like right away. Oh, who's this? Tuan bent down. Oh, it's Tuan. Tuan bent down to face the robot, which seemed to alternate between retreating and approaching him. It appeared wary at first before it began skittering about like a little critter wanting to play. Fetch! Maybe you'll have an easier time with this. Aw. The thrown hex nut bounced away to some unseen corner, and Tuan began to look for another loose object to throw. He ran his hand along the shelf and found a weird washer shaped more like a thin cylinder than a typical washer. Catch! Aww. Tuan was a bit disappointed to see the bot go. The bot did seem like a social animal that was probably interested in seeing what other people in the cafe might be willing to play with it. Sorry, that was a weird cadence. The bot did seem like a social animal that was probably interested in seeing what other people in the cafe might be willing to play with it, so he didn't take its departure personally. As if to answer his plea for distraction, a girl appears at the top of the stairs. Hey. She spoke in a manner that acknowledged Tuan's presence, but was uncertain of what else to say. She quickly broke eye contact, and her eyes started scanning the floor, as if she was looking for something. Tuan, feeling awkward and unsure if he should say anything to the girl, turned to the shelf and looked at the books furthest away from her. Clearly, the girl had come upstairs looking for something, though it seemed that something wasn't a conversation with Tuan. For a moment, he found himself imagining what it would be like to have an excuse to talk to her. He just wanted a chance to get to know her better. But, of course, he had to be realistic. He didn't have the initiative to approach a girl like her, nor was he sure of what else to talk about. She was too determined, too focused on whatever she was looking for to tolerate being distracted by conversation with a stranger. Everything about her appearance, from the way she was dressed, the way she moved, implied that she had come here deliberately. While she exuded a clear sense of purpose, she seemed hesitant to greet him. Hey. Yeah? I was just wondering, did you happen to see a ring here? A ring? Like like a ring. Yeah, I think I took it off and left it here somewhere. No, I don't think I remember seeing a ring that looked like that. Tuan realized the girl hadn't actually described the ring to him, apart from telling him it was the sort that one might wear on a finger. Are you sure? It was just a metal band. No rock or etchings or anything. A metal band? Not like a Metallica kind of metal band, but, you know, like a piece of jewelry. Tuan suppressed an urge to get into a, well, actually, argument about heavy rock versus metal, and which side of the divide Metallica fell on. You mean just a metal ring? Yes, I'm looking for a metal ring that looks like a metal ring. Something that sort of looks like a washer, but with the sides curled inward? Yeah, something like that. Tuan felt the color drain from his face as he recalled the washer that he had thrown to the bot just minutes earlier. Yeah, I think I saw something like that. There was a little bot running around here playing with some small metal objects. I think one of them was the ring you're looking for. Oh, great. Is it... Oh, you don't need to... It's no problem. I mean, it's probably easier for me to look around where I saw it than try to describe it to you. I could swear it was just around here. Tuan recalled the bot had run away with one of the items he had thrown earlier. He spotted the hex nut and screw that he had tossed out still lying on the floor, but the ring was nowhere to be seen. Sorry, I think it may have run off with it. Oh, you don't need to apologize. I mean, it's not like it was your fault, right? Yeah. He actually enunciated the syllables, ha, like a person reading it off the page in a way that sounded nothing like laughter. Well, thanks for checking. Maybe I'll see if I can find that bot. She hesitated, looking around as if she was a bit unsure what to do. Tuan scrambled for the right words to say on the spot and blurted out the first thing that came to mind. It's me. I'm sorry? I mean, it's me that's going to help you find that ring. Oh, that's really not necessary. It wasn't clear to Tuan whether she was saying that to indicate she didn't want to impose or felt she would be better off without his assistance. He decided to address both points. I've got nothing better to do, and I know this place pretty well. You're new here, right? Let me lend you my limited knowledge of how this cafe is laid out. If it's not too imposing, I'm happy to help. Truth be told, helping this girl locate her missing ring was a bit troublesome, but he felt responsible for creating this situation. I appreciate it. By the way, I don't think I got your name. I'm Tuan. Hi, Tuan. I'm Hannah. Oh, it's when they first met. Does this ring of yours have any special significance? Something like a special gift? Sentimental value? He still hadn't gotten around to telling Hannah that he was responsible for the loss of her ring. It's kind of a reminder of who I was in my early days. Just a personal effect. It was part of my whole goth phase. I used to have 9 other rings just like that one and wore all of them every day. Now I'm down to a much more tasteful single ring. Goth phase? Oh, wearing those rings was about as far as I got into the goth aesthetic. I don't think my limited makeup budget would ever allow me to go full goth. I guess I was sort of drawn to it during a brief stint where I had an obsession with death. This also coincided with the time in my life when I wrote a lot of really bad poetry. I guess that makes me pretty weird. I don't think it's weird. And besides, it would be pretty hypocritical for me to judge you based on that. I was never goth, but if you've ever been to an emo concert, you might have seen me in the crowd. I appreciate the sentiment, but how do I know that you're a good judge of what's weird and what's not? After all, most normal people don't go to emo concerts. Well, the lion's share of bad poetry is probably written by teenagers. So you're definitely not alone. Speaking from experience, do you have an old live journal of shame I should look at for proof? Why? Why does this game insist on stabbing me in the heart like that? Don't worry, I'm not actually going to try and find your teenage blogging to try and expose you as a melancholy sad sack who tried to express himself in a medium he had no aptitude for. Cripes, that's a fate I wouldn't wish on anyone. keep it buried, hidden from the world, never to be discovered. I don't think it's all that bad a thing to have written bad poetry. I guess the whole trying to find beauty in death thing does feel pretty adolescent, in the sense that that's where everyone's emotions are turned up to 11. But I think there's more to it than that. It's the time of life where, how long have they been walking? It's the time of life where it feels like you're becoming an adult, but you aren't really allowed to have the full experience of being one. You're still experiencing a kid-friendly version of the world. If you live in a sanitized suburb, it feels fake. And in trying to avoid that fakeness, maybe teens run in the opposite direction. They embrace the darkest things they can find and develop a fascination with death. I guess teenagers don't typically confront death directly. Tuan tried to keep his voice low when he said the word death. He was becoming increasingly self-conscious about who might be listening to their conversation from beyond the grave. After all, a person's voice could carry pretty far in a place like this. Tuan knew enough about the cafe to know that not all of the patrons were living. They have been walking for so long. If a typical teenager has no experience in being around death, I guess that means I'm atypical. Oh no, that got real dark real fast. You look like someone who wants to ask a question, but isn't sure if he's allowed to ask it. That's a big assumption. Am I wrong? I'll take that as a yes. I'll take that silence as confirmation that I was correct to take your as a yes. Well, you're not wrong. I hope you're not going to hold that against me. Not at all. It's kind of mutual. You're not sure if you're allowed to ask, and I'm not sure if I'm allowed to tell. You're definitely allowed to tell. I mean, I don't mean to sound overeager when I say that. You're allowed to not tell if you don't want to tell, so you don't have to treat it like a question that needs to be answered. Thought I heard a cat meow. Not at all. It's kind of mutual. Wait. Oh. I went backwards. It's not a question, but it sounds like an invitation. Exactly. When I was 13, my mother was diagnosed with leukemia, and my father disappeared as soon as he found out. I spent the next year coping with crippling abandonment issues and a constant feeling of dread and fear of death. Tuan saw something in her distant eyes that implied there was more to this story. But for the time being, he was okay with Hannah holding parts back. That's heavy. Thank you for sharing it. It was a dark time. Luckily for me, that part of my life is buried deep in my past, never to be seen by the rest of the world. Unless you count the old LiveJournal blog that I forgot the password to so I can never log in and delete it. I think you can actually issue a DCMA request on the site, and the site has to honor it. They'll send you a thing to the account that posted it asking them to counterclaim. If the account is abandoned, you can get your stuff scrubbed from the internet. I wasn't looking for a solution to that particular problem, but that actually sounds really useful. I might have to act on that advice. I'm really good at offering unsolicited assistance. For example, one time this girl came to me looking for a missing ring, and I told her I'd help her find it. Nice. I hope this story ends with you actually helping her find it instead of getting distracted by some irrelevant thread of conversation. I don't remember exactly how that story ended, but I think the big turning point might have been when he decided to study the bookshelf. A bookshelf just like the one we're standing in front of? Just like this one, in fact. Can we stop now? I mean, I've always been one to appreciate commitment to a bit, but this is getting kind of exhausting. The bookshelf had more than a few nooks and crannies that a bot might hide in. Even if Tuan didn't find the bot that had Hannah's ring, he might ferret out some details that could give a clue to its whereabouts. Hey Fluffy, how's it going? I don't know, what am I doing to you? Are you sure it's okay to move stuff around like that? Try not to sneeze unless you want to see this thing reduced to splinters. Is it really that fragile? Yes, I'm speaking from experience. The shoebox ROG is not a plane known for its tenacity. Sorry, I'm not sure I caught that. What's this thing called? The shoebox ROG, short for Rise Off Ground. It's a classic, capable of self-sustained indoor flight for up to 40 seconds. Are you an expert on every model that's on these shelves? Nope, just the balsa wood airplanes. I am doing very well, thank you for asking. I hope you're doing okay too. When did you become such an expert? Summer camp. It's a subject that's immensely fascinating to 12-year-old boys who then carry that obsession to their grave. And here I am thinking that I'd missed out on something important by never going to summer camp. Actually, you kinda did. I'm sure that the physics of a rubber band powered airplane... No, I mean the other stuff. I'm not a big fan of archery or volleyball either. You really think that the reason people carry summer camp memories with them their entire lives is because the curriculum is so well formed? I guess I always figured that learning how to fish or shoot a bow and arrow was meant to be a delightful experience. Sadly, it's something the rest of us non-summer camp going plebeians were doomed to never enjoy. I never went to summer camp. This game seems weird. What is a Necrobarista? So, I finished the main game of Necrobarista. We're actually playing a DLC story that I feel like is kind of wrapping some stuff up. But the main story is about a cafe where the dead can spend their last 24 hours on Earth before they have to move on to the next plane. And following different characters and, their interpersonal stories. And I almost cried yesterday reading the end. That's not true. I did cry yesterday reading the end. I didn't choke up while I was reading. The bows and arrows are probably the least interesting part of the archery station. The fun part is going to the archery station during your free time and running into a friend and saying, "Hey, I haven't seen you since breakfast." Breakfast is a really important part of the summer camp experience, huh? Well, yeah, kind of is. This game got really intense at one point, and I had to act it out with my words. It was very intense. Well, yeah, it kind of is. And probably the most common one, since everyone eats breakfast at the same time in the same dining hall. Funny. And here I was thinking that I was having fun with my friends when all this time we could have enjoyed a much more enriching experience. Hi, Lando. Please don't lay on the keyboard. Lando. Okay, that's the correct way. There we go. That's a good boy. I have to show y'all. Look at this. Look at this bad boy. Always gotta make me play on hard mode. Always. Every day. Oh. He usually lays right on the keyboard, but I think I'm teaching him that that is not okay. Sorry, I have to show you. Again, now he's laying on my mouse hand. using it as a pillow. We have a lot of things that we need to work on. Lando. He does not know proper keyboard cat etiquette. Yeah, he's my little tiger boy. If only we'd arranged to meet at an archery station. It's that arranged to meet part that causes you to miss out on the magic. Randomly running into someone that you know is a different experience than planning to meet up with someone. There's no replacement for serendipity. And so you bring your friends to summer camp so that you can have these serendipitous encounters with them? No, I didn't know anyone the first time I went. So how did you serendipitously encounter all of these friends? You make friends while you're there. Sounds like hard work, starting from square one. Actually, it's not. The thing about summer camp is that you make friendships with people who you know won't be part of your life after several weeks. You meet lots of people, spend a short amount of time with them, and then in all likelihood never see them again, unless you go to serious lengths to stay in contact. And that's the fun part. Knowing that whatever friends you make, you'll be separated from them. Yeah, in a way. When you only have a short time together, everyone is really all about making the most of that time. Anyway, it doesn't look like it's here either. Good news is there's still lots more ground to cover. That's good news? I'd prefer it if our search radius were a bit smaller. Well, it would be really bad if we found out we completely searched every place it could be and hadn't found it, right? Plus, if there are any random items lying about here, you'll probably be able to see them right away. No need to dig around. Teenagers. You're the first person I've ever heard who said expiring relationships are a good thing. I think part of me is afraid that relationships I have are temporary. The opposite thing happens way too often. You see it happen whenever someone moves into your neighborhood. You have those moments where you discover that you have new neighbors and it's like, oh, we should have them for dinner sometime. Sometime gets defined as next week, and next week becomes next month, and you put it off more and more until eventually you you never took the time to really get to know them and form anything resembling an intimate emotional relationship. There was never a sense of urgency. There are people in your life who are just sort of always there, and because you never think about the day they'll leave, you never spend time to enjoy those moments you have together. The best friendships I ever made were the ones that came with an expiration date. You've thought about this a lot. Yeah, I guess I have. Is that why you enjoyed going to emo concerts? A live show seems like a good place to make a friend, spend several hours with them, and then never see them again. Concert going was not a regular thing for me. In fact, it was kind of a one-time thing. Music is usually a deeply personal experience for me. I still have the Fall Out Boy album that I would listen when I was in year 8 every night as I cried into my pillow. Oh, the music was that bad, huh? I was brought to tears because the lyrics made me realize the pain and futility of my own existence. As an 8th grader, a lot of my adolescence was filled with this vague feeling that nothing meant anything. The times I spent listening to that album felt like staring into the abyss and facing that reality directly. Musically, I found the album to be quite enjoyable. Oh, good. Because if you were taking a shot at Fall Out Boy, we might have to trade blows. But that still leaves us with the question of why you kept going back to that album if every single night it made you realize the pain and futility of your existence. I actually enjoy burying my face in my pillowcase and loudly sobbing as I'm overwhelmed by a creeping feeling of existential angst. I get that some people enjoy a good cry from time to time, but I think you might be the first person I've met who actually embraces existential angst. No, you misunderstand me. I said enjoy burying my face in my pillowcase and loudly sobbing as I'm overwhelmed by a creeping feeling of existential angst. That's the name of the third track on the album. Stop. See, I never listen to full albums, so there's no way for me to tell if you're lying or not. A lie is a false statement intended to deceive. If your intent is just to entertain, then you are not a liar. That just makes you a storyteller. The problem with your fake Fall Out Boy song is that it's not obvious that it's an exaggeration. I mean, that sounds like the kind of song I'd expect for an emo band. What if I told you my favorite Fall Out Boy song was I'm Like a Lawyer with the Ways I'm Always Trying to Get You Off? I'd assume you were trying to flirt with me because that obviously can't be a real song title. And you assume it's a flirting attempt. Why? Well, it's suggestive. If I had to describe it in one word, I'd say it's lewd. And if I told you my favorite Fall Out Boy song was called Bang the Doldrums, crude. I've got a dark alley and a bad idea that says you should shut your mouth, rude. This ain't a scene, it's an arms race. Feud. Our lawyers made us change the name of the song so we wouldn't get sued. This is adorable. The dialogue in this game has been very enjoyable to read. Well, that's all there is to see of the upper level. No ring, no bot, so I'm sorry I couldn't be of more help. Not at all. You helped me eliminate one entire space of a potential zone to search. And besides that, you kept me company. Engaging in a futile task becomes a heck of a lot more enjoyable when you're doing it while having an interesting conversation. Tuan felt his chest swelling with a bit of pride over Hannah's insinuation that he was good company. Part of him hoped that their collaborative effort to find her ring, an item so unique that Hannah only had 9 others just like it, wasn't about to come to an end. Do you suppose the little bot you saw might be somewhere down there looking for someone to play with? That's a solid theory. Lando. You gonna come with, or are you done searching for now? I was just thinking that if you're gonna check around downstairs for a moving robot, we might be able to get a better fix on it from this vantage point. Plus, I'm not in the mood for more walking. You want to sit down? Nah, sitting's overrated. I'm really into leaning against things. It doesn't require any effort, but it's slightly more demanding than sitting, so you don't feel completely sedentary because you're doing something that at least sort of resembles supporting your weight on 2 legs. Tuan wasn't sure if they would make much progress on finding her ring from this perspective, but he started to think that neither he nor Hannah cared particularly about the outcome of their search, just so long as the journey was interesting. This place is pretty cool. Yeah. Interesting crowd down there, all types. Yeah, though I guess even in a place like this, you can't avoid the obligatory guy sporting the blazer hoodie combo. The, hey, look at me, I'm so cool and stylish, but also super casual. That's called a high-low mix, and that guy is definitely not the only guy down there sporting such a combination. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I just dunk on something that you actually hold dearly? Nah, dudes sporting the blazer hoodie combo are invariably douchebags. But what if he wasn't? That sounds like the start of a theory. The blazer hoodie combo is something he has a deep sentimental attach to. His father walked out on the family when he was young, so he grew up looking up mostly to his grandfather, who tragically passed away when he was 12 years old. When his grandfather had passed, his older brother... Oh, damn it. Accidentally clicked. The blazer belonged to his late grandfather, and the hoodie was his older brother's track sweatshirt that he gifted to his younger brother the day before he left for uni. Tragically, his brother was killed in a car accident that autumn, and he never returned from his first semester at uni. This is all a theory, by the way, just to remind everybody. Whenever he finds himself feeling lonely, he puts on his brother's track hoodie and grandfather's blazer and goes out to drink to their memory. Did you have that one locked and loaded, or did you just come up with these on the fly? My brain works fast when theorizing about people. It's what I do on the tram. When everyone else is buried in their phones, I'm people watching. Damn. All this time, whenever I was out in public, I'd be repeating the internal mantra, no need to feel self-conscious, nobody is watching you, they're all wrapped up in their own little world. Now I know that people watchers like you exist, and damn it, Lando is making me click through. People don't actually see you, though. They see whatever they choose to project onto you. That guy down there, who knows what his deal is? We all have our theories. And ooh, that's a typo. And the theories that we come up with reveal more about us than they do about him, right? I know, Mr. Lando. Backstabber. So in a way, people watching is a window to self-reflection. It's an exercise in human empathy. It's easy to play on stereotypes, say, that guy must be a douche. But it's a lot more fun to try and come up with an alternate story. People aren't always what they seem. I like to come up with dark and macabre stories about what people's backstories might be. Now that you've said that, you have to share one of these dark thoughts. No, I shouldn't. But you're going to. No, I'm not going to. It's one of my rules. Some people deal better with dark thoughts by sharing them, but I've found that I'm really bad at gauging what's appropriate or... God, sometimes the typos in this, trip me up real hard. But I found that I'm really bad at gauging what's appropriate or inappropriate to share. Sharing usually sends me on a continuing spiral that only ends up in bad places. So, no stories for tonight. Are you wondering if you're allowed to tell? Because I think we're at the point where you shouldn't have to wait for me to ask. My rule isn't to protect the audience. It's for me. And I think we're still at the point where there are questions that I'm not ready to answer. That doesn't mean I'm bothered by you asking. I mean, there are always going to be topics that aren't on the table. But you won't know until you ask. I think it's great that you think that. And here I was thinking I'd ruin the mood. It's okay for the mood to get somber. When the mood gets dark and serious, that doesn't mean it's ruined, right? After all, some people like it dark. You like it dark? Hey, you can't have light without darkness, right? Sometimes you need to get somber and serious to make yourself enjoy the good times more. Good thinking. That's why I start every day by slamming my head against the wall. So that way I'll feel good when I stop. Why'd you move away? Come back. I grew up north of Brisbane. Do you know what the weather's like there? Nope, but I do know that I like talking about the weather to get away from unpleasant topics. It's downright tropical. No bad days, good weather all year round. But there are so many days when it would be gorgeous out and I'd go by the local park and see nobody out. Yeah, this whole thing takes place in Australia. I believe the setting is Melbourne. But there are so many days when it would be gorgeous out and I'd go by the local park and see nobody out. No kids playing, no one out walking their dog. Sounds like a lame place to live. It kind of was. The thing is, when you never have bad weather, when there are no bad days, there can never really be good days either. But in Melbourne, when you get a nice day, people go outside. They don't squander it. And that's the case for dark and melancholy conversation? Pretty much. I mean, if everything's at a 10, it may as well be at a 1. You need range in life. I'm not so sure. I think I'd be fine if I only ever saw the happy parts. Oh, we're playing checkers now. It feels like a paradox, doesn't it? The people who seem to be the most obsessed with the pursuit of happiness seem to be the most unhappy and unfulfilled. Well, yeah. That's why they're so obsessed with pursuing happiness, because they don't have it. But there's a reason that people go to horror films. I don't think the opposite of happy is sad. I think maybe the opposite of happy is emptiness or a general lack of feeling. You know, clinical depression isn't about feeling melancholy all the time, right? It's not about a feeling of constant sadness so much as feeling a constant, well, nothing. Speaking from experience? That's a personal question. Yeah, and I was hoping for a personal answer. I've never heard someone wax philosophical about emotions and they get reserved when asked about their emotions. A medical condition goes a little beyond the realm of talking about emotions. Let's just say that I'm no longer taking medication to treat clinical depression. No longer taking it as in you were taking it at some point. Yes, that's what I was trying to subtly imply before you explicitly pointed it out. Got it. Let's dance around things indirectly. That makes for good communication. Now you've got it. Innuendo is what makes conversation fun, if you know what I mean. That's cute. If you know what I mean. Tuan was grinning widely when he delivered the line, but a silence followed. For a brief moment he was worried if he had said something wrong, but an equally wide grin on Hannah's face told him that it was okay. Once the initial panic had passed, Tuan found that he actually liked the experience. Although he worried that the silence would grow uncomfortably long, part of him wanted to continue living in that moment. You enjoy talking. Is that a complaint about me hogging the conversation? No, not at all. It's just you're a bit more expressive than you came across when I first approached you. I was conditioned to be meek from an early age. What you're seeing are the results of an extensive deprogramming effort. That's funny. I guess I can kind of see it, but I didn't want to assume based on... She trailed off, seeming a bit unsure of how to phrase her thought diplomatically. If you're feeling squeamish about making assumptions based on my ethnicity, you can rest assured that your assumptions are probably correct. You can probably deduce everything you need to know about my childhood from what you know about the kinds of expectations that Asian parents place on their kids. For some, meekness comes naturally. For me, it was a learned trait that came from growing up in a household where being well-behaved was synonymous with being quiet. It's okay. We can say Asian. Okay. Hi. What are you doing? You stop that. Funny, I'd never really thought about that part of it. When you talked about the expectations of Asian parents, I was thinking more like scholastic and academic achievement. Oh, you can trust those assumptions as well. Like many immigrant parents, they want their son to be more successful than they are. But my mother was an MD and my father was an OD, and it's kind of hard to figure out what's supposed to be one level above that, let alone achieve it. What's an OD? Doctor of Optometry. It was a big disappointment to my mother's parents, who were hoping their daughter would go for an ophthalmologist instead. Sounds like he really let the family down. I know it sounds like I'm saying it in jest, but let me tell you, whatever perceptions you might have about familial strictness, in my family, they're stricter. Like, graduate second in your class and then get a remark from your mother at graduation that you could have been first if you'd hit the books a little harder. That level of strict.
Good night, Fluffy. Thank you for coming by.
Yeah, it must have been... Lando. My mom never said anything like that when we were driving to chemotherapy. Oh! Doing alright there, Twan? Unfair. How about we stop playing the game of compare hardships since I'm never going to win that one? What do you mean you don't want to spend time dwelling on the least pleasant parts of your personal history? Come on, dredging up childhood traumas is everyone's favorite hobby. Where's your sense of despair? Well, I do know some people who pay by the hour to dredge up childhood traumas. Alright, consider this a free therapy session. From now on, we only talk about happy things. What do you think about cats? Hate them. What? That makes two of us. What? I hate you both. So much for happy thoughts. They are happy thoughts, though. I like the image cats evoke. As a concept, cats are great. But as beasts, they're vile, spiteful, wretched creatures. That is 100% not true. That is 99% not true. That is 95% not true. I'm glad we're on the same page. Disliking cats, probably the most unpopular opinion I have. Yeah. Twan enjoyed the easier rapport that seemed to have quickly built up between him and Hannah, but it almost made him feel an unease deep within himself. The thought of finding something precious and losing it filled him with panic. That sudden fear of loss stirred inside him, growing stronger with every passing moment, until he found himself physically trembling, his fingers losing their grip. Lando, I gotta move you, okay? You did a very good job practicing. Now you gotta hit the showers. Good job. Are you okay? Yeah, I just felt a bit uneasy on my feet. Sorry about that. This place, well, it's not normal. You can say that again. This place definitely isn't normal. Twan felt himself lying as he said it. No, Lando. No, baby. The truth was that the feeling of anxiety physically gnawing at his body. This cat is being so chaotic right now. There you go. The truth was that the feeling of anxiety physically gnawing at his body were frequent occurrences he had dealt with since his early teenage years. They were hauntingly normal for him. He stood uncomfortably in front of Hannah, searching for the normal thing to say, for the right thing to say. But he was pretty sure that chasing normalcy was the thing that had reduced him to a pile of mush, so instead he stayed silent. Oh. Yeah, that's fine. Sorry to have spent so much of your time. You definitely don't have to apologize for that. You're spending my time. Oh, you're spending my time, I'm spending your time. It's mutual. And for a moment, the two said nothing. With each passing moment, the compulsion to say something to break the silence shrank. They simply enjoyed each other's company. He looked over and realized that Hannah was resting with her eyes closed, rocking forward and back on the balls of her feet in a rhythmic sort of way. Are you... Shh. Can you hear it? He wasn't sure he could hear anything over or within the din of the crowd below, but then he heard a familiar sound. The whirring of servos. Aw, hey buddy. It's the ring. Lube up my lips here, just real quick. Is this your ring? That's the one. I love how she's slightly taller than he is. Great. Now you can get back to what you were doing. Yeah. Great. Well, see you around. See you around. As she walked off, Tuan found himself wondering why he just dismissed her as soon as the ring was found. As she walked toward the stairs, his mind raced for an excuse to continue their conversation. Maybe he was supposed to yell out, "Hey, you've got something on your sweater," or something like that. He brainstormed several ideas with a growing sense of urgency as she began descending the stairs. With each step she took, the likelihood of their conversation continuing felt like it would wane as she completely disappeared from sight. Damn. Tuan had spent enough time playing darts by now. The grip of the dart in his hand began to feel natural, like holding a pencil. It was easy to become so wrapped up in the game that he completely lost track of time. Everyone seemed to be preoccupied or otherwise uninterested in conversing with the teenage boy, so he turned back to the dartboard over to the wall to retrieve his darts. Playing darts was something that had started as a distraction, something to keep himself busy during the moments when there was nothing else to do. He also figured that it looked a great deal less awkward than burying his face in his phone, which was his usual go-to in place where he actually got service. In both cases, Tuan's behavior was guided by the thought that if you look like you're focusing on something, observers tend to pay no heed to the fact that you're by yourself. The more he practiced, the more he grew immersed in the activity. Over time, it became less of an escape from a potentially awkward moment and more of an interesting way to challenge himself. Despite the practice, his skills didn't seem to be improving much. He wasn't on a path to self-improvement. Still, it put him ahead of anyone who had never played a game of darts, which happened to be most people, even in a setting like this. He chucked dart after dart without a care for those around him. Hey, I haven't seen you since breakfast. Hey. You know that line only works when you actually had breakfast together, right? Duly noted. That would make more sense. You like playing darts? Only when I don't have the company of others to keep me occupied. And here I was thinking I'd teed you up perfectly to give me a lesson on how to play darts. You probably don't want me teaching you how to play darts. I'm not very good. You had me fooled. Looks like you just got 2 consecutive bullseyes. The goal of darts isn't to hit the middle of the board. You see, each segment on the board is worth a different number of points. You start with a fixed number of points, usually 501 or 301, and then you throw darts and deduct the amounts from your number. The trick is, Actually, you were right. I don't want you to teach me how to play darts. That's a relief. If I did, you'd very quickly discover just how little I know about the subject of darts when it comes to anything other than the rules. Plus, out of all the things there are to see, this dartboard is probably among the least interesting. Oh boy, I can't wait to see something even more interesting than a dartboard. Then follow me. Where are we going? I could tell you, or I could show you. Hannah was standing close enough to Tuan for him to hear what sounded like a contented sigh. He wasn't sure exactly what separated a contented sigh from an exasperated one, or a sigh of boredom, or the wistful sort of sigh that accompanied thoughts of nostalgia. The sight of the scrapyard was quite the mess, not the sort of picturesque vista that usually inspired feelings of awe. Leaving already? That's the idea. I did say I wanted to show you something interesting. If you're talking about what's at the end of that catwalk, I've been there before. I came from there, in fact. I'm not interested in what's at the other end of this catwalk. Then where are you going? Going down. Oh. Hey. Do you get a kick out of that? Not always. But you know those situations when you just want to eject from a conversation? Have you ever found yourself in a social situation that you just wanted to immediately leave behind? I didn't realize you were in such a hurry to get away from me. I wasn't. The problem is that the opportunity to make that grand exit never really coincides with the moments you'd want it. But I still like to step out of a conversation from time to time, even when it's not called for, just to stay in practice. So your parlor tricks are more important to you than having a conversation with me? Not at all. I like talking about little parlor tricks like this. And what better way to start a conversation about them than by performing one? So now what? Well, I did have another reason for jumping down here. I did tell you there was something I wanted to show you, didn't I? Oh, so that stunt wasn't the main attraction? Our destination is down there. With his finger, Tuan traced a path along several other platforms of descending height, painting a picture of what might follow. You can jump down. I don't have the feet of an athlete. Landing is less about your feet and more about what you do with your legs. Just bend your knees when you land and it'll distribute the impact force to your hip bone instead. Hanging like this is not the best time for me to learn lessons on athleticism, methinks. It's really simple. Just be sure not to lock your knees. The more words you say, the less I feel confident in my ability to execute them. Just do what comes naturally, I guess. I guess my slow and steady method worked. It's a robot! It's a vacuum cleaner? It's got a kind of a Roomba-like appearance to it. The bots are all different. How did it get here? If all it can do is roll, how is it supposed to get up or down? Maybe it's not supposed to get down or up. Maybe this platform is where the bot's supposed to hang out until someone moves it to some other place. Someone like us? Boop. You probably shouldn't mess with it. You're sure? If someone left it here, they're probably going to come looking for it. It would be a problem if we became responsible for the bot getting lost. How would you feel if someone moved something that you left in a specific location? If I left something like a purse in a place like this, I would hope someone would pick it up. Maybe turn it in at the cafe. But this little duder seems to have been intentionally left here. Maybe it was left here to finish a job. I think it's so bored and waiting for someone to move it. Can we move it? We really shouldn't. Well, okay then. That looks dangerous. All of this looks so dangerous. Is this what you wanted to show me? No, this is just one place on the way there. Ah, good. He wasn't concerned with appreciating the sights. Hey, Dr. Derp, how's it going? His eyes moved with purpose, attempting to carve a path forward. We'll get there. Is this safe? I feel like I'm a bit young to be asking that question. Or answering it. You think young people need to take risks? Nope. I'm just too young and inexperienced to recognize danger when I see it. But if it puts your mind at ease, the rubbish we're stepping through has already been stripped for useful parts. So the risk of stepping on something like a live wire or an upturned screw is probably minimal. Probably? Like I said, I'm too young and inexperienced to recognize danger when I see it. Well, you're more experienced than I am, at least. Hannah seemed to grow more comfortable as she followed Tuan, her stride becoming less cautious with each step she took. Though the feeling of parts shifting under her feet made each step a bit uncertain, there was something pleasant about the crunching sound the debris made as it shifted under the weight of her feet. Careful, it's easy to lose your feeting out here if you're not careful. No worries, I've tripped many times before. Skinned knees are a part of life. I thought you said you weren't an athlete. How'd you wind up with skinned knees? Well, if I had the grace and balance of an athlete, I wouldn't have to worry about skinned knees, would I? For all his posturing earlier, Tuan wasn't sure he shared Hannah's fearlessness. Taking a tumble onto a grassy hill or pavement walkway was one thing. Stumbling and potentially landing face first onto a pile of tiny pieces of jagged metal was quite another. He found himself starting to worry if it had been a mistake to try escorting Hannah through this area. Actually, at this point, he wasn't escorting so much as trying to keep up. Hannah crested a hill in front of him, and as he opened his mouth to yell out a word of caution, she disappeared over the top, and he lost sight of her. Be careful what you put your weight on. What, is there some pressure trap I'm about to step on? I mean, stuff like that beam. You don't know what might be unstable or ready to collapse. Should I really be worried? I think so. This is the kind of place that's easy to get hurt. Then why did you bring me here? It's the easiest way to get to where we're going. Ah, so the scrapyard isn't the main attraction? Well, that's a relief. So what here is dangerous? Just the cruft that we're stepping through? There's nothing sharp or long enough that it'll break the soles of your shoes, but it's not the kind of surface that you want to land on face first. Noted. I'll try to avoid landing face first. I guess I should exercise a bit more caution, huh? Sorry if I'm a bit rambunctious. I guess I'm bad at evaluating risk. Is that a chronic condition? Well, I followed you here, didn't I? Anything ahead I should take note of? Just more of the same. Sweet. Then I guess I don't know what to expect. Oh, then I guess I know what to expect. This is where we're going, right? Yeah. He wasn't sure if Hannah was growing impatient with him or just eager to get on to the next part of their journey. Forgot to change my light over. I have not been paying attention. Also, let me make my throat feel better. I was wondering why my light was like so bright and like kind of hurting my eyes a little bit. If your goal was to transition to a more interesting room, I'd say you failed. This hallway tells its own story. I'm struggling to see what the story might be. Tasty, tasty cough drops. I kind of need a lozenge, though. The walls here are barren. Nobody thought to cover them up with anything. They're conspicuously naked. Why hasn't anyone taken the time to make this place nicer? Maybe the person tasked with decorating this place preferred a minimalist approach. There's no accounting for taste. That is the ultimate cop-out answer. There's no accounting for taste? Of course there is. Taste has to come from somewhere. The human mind is a complex thing. Why should it fall on me to explain it? Excuse me. What happened to the armchair sociologist who was explaining to me earlier how friendships are formed? As far as I'm concerned, some parts of the mind are completely ineffable. I'm the kind of person who looks at the ineffable and doesn't begin trying to F it. Hey, nerdy, how's it going? Really? Because you strike me as the type of guy who tried to F anything that wasn't nailed down. Sounds like the kind of person you should run away from. I guess I'm too young and inexperienced to recognize danger when I see it. Are they gonna hold hands? Careful, don't hurt yourself. Do I look like someone who's worried about hurting himself? You look more like one of those walking and talking tour guides who has to walk backwards everywhere they go. I'm not sure if that's a demographic that's really known for self-destructive behavior. Hey, that profession is more hazardous than you think. I had a friend who was touring uni campuses, and he got a tour from a guide who was backwards walking and talking so hard that he tripped into a fountain. Oh! Whoops! Hi, little robot friend. I'm not hurt, thanks for asking. I'm sorry, I know I messed up the order of operations. First confirm safety, then have a good laugh at your expense. But sometimes you just feel a good laugh coming on and you don't want to suppress it. Tuan ordinarily would have been a bit ashamed to have taken a tumble, but as Hannah got the remaining giggles out of her system, he saw a twinkle in her eye that made him sure that she was enjoying herself. So, who do we have to thank for that wonderfully comedic moment? The bot seemed dog-like in its way, in the way it looked up at her with anticipation, rocking back and forth on its hind quarters. Can I pet it? Sure, go ahead. Oh no! Ayah! Where are you going, little buddy? Why did you do that? Why did I do what? You tell me it was okay to pet him? I thought you wanted to pet him. Yeah, I wanted to, but I wasn't asking for your permission. You just seemed really bothered when I said not to touch them. The other times, I mean. I didn't need your permission. I was asking your opinion. You know, since you seem to be such an expert on this place. I thought I'd ask, Hey, any risk associated with what I'm about to do? You know, so I can make an informed decision. So imagine my surprise when I do the one action you decided to greenlight and it ends up with smarting fingers. Are you okay? I'm fine. I'm fine. Several moments passed in silence as they continued walking. Tuan wasn't sure whether it was a good idea to say something in his defense, but the silence seemed even worse, so he started talking. I thought you'd be really disappointed if I said it would be a bad idea to pet him. Like I said, I wasn't asking for your permission. If I wasn't prepared to hear no for an answer, I wouldn't have asked. I'd very much appreciate it if, when I ask a question, you actually say what you think rather than telling me what you think I want to hear. I'm sorry. You're forgiven. I guess that dramatic outburst was a little more than what the situation called for. But, geez, sharp pinching pain is the worst. Worse than throbbing pain? Of course. Why do you think I found it so easy to laugh at your stumble? Throbbing pain is comedy. Sharp pain is tragedy. Well, at the very least, I hope I've persuaded you of the dangers of backwards walking and talking. Indeed, you should probably do the rest of this hallway walk facing forward. That sounds like a challenge. Thanks for coming out for tonight's tour. This marks the end of our tour for the nondescript hallway. If you think anything is nondescript, you need to come up with better descriptions. I can come up with several. Dull, sterile, boring. I wouldn't say this place is sterile personally, but that's just me. Nondescript is such a great word, though. Have you ever read Lovecraft? So many of the monsters in his book were so so unimaginably terrifying that their appearance defied explanation. Mighty convenient, that, for the guy who was writing the books. Who was writing the books? Lovecraft. I just said that. Lovecraft is the name of the author? For real? Yeah? Why would someone name their kid after the word that people use to describe eldritch horrors? You're gonna have a real cow when you hear about this guy named Mud. Let me guess. His name was Mud. Indeed. Oh, this is the stock room. Oh, is this where they go down to the room where they can look through the portholes? As they scrutinized the jars on the shelf, Tuan couldn't begin to guess what substances they contained. The jars showed signs of being left here long enough to gather dust and wear yellowing labels. A mere tap would be enough to send them tumbling off the shelf. What is this game? Is it all reading? Yes, this is a visual novel. It's called Necrobarista, and it is about a cafe where the dead can spend their last day on Earth. So they have 24 hours to spend at the cafe, and then they have to move on to the next place. And we're just following a bunch of characters who hang out. This story that we're going through is the DLC for the main story. I actually finished the main story earlier in the stream today. Now, this is interesting. Why do you suppose they'd stick these way out here? Try reading some of the labels. You might get a clue. It's written in some language I don't understand. It's Latin. At least some of them are. You speak Latin? I don't speak Latin per se, but I've sort of developed an ad hoc understanding when it comes to common words, phrases, acronyms, etc. Those are Latin phrases, I take it. Yes, now that you've explained my joke, it's hilarious. Does your brain come up with wordplay like that on the fly, or do you have that line locked and loaded for any time the subject of Latin comes up? When I was a kid, I spent 2 years taking an after school linguistics course because my mom thought it was an English class for non native speakers. You pick up some of you pick up some things along the way, and 6-year-old brains often try to cram as much as. Excuse me. Goodness. You pick up some things along the way, and 6-year-old brains often try to cram as much of what they've learned into a single sentence or paragraph. I'm not 6 years old anymore, but I guess the habit stuck. I don't suppose you can read any of these labels. Nope, but if you see one that says Memento Mori, you should take notice of the fact that you're going to die. What, is that some kind of deadly poison? No, Memento Mori, remember your mortality. That's what it means. 6 years old, and they were already teaching you to ponder the fact that your life would end one day? What kind of linguistics class were you enrolled in? I was the youngest person in the class by about 5 years, if that tells you anything. That must have been tough to deal with. Nah, it was just the start of a lifelong pattern of me feeling more comfortable around my elders while constantly struggling to connect with my peers. Oh, and here I was thinking we were developing a meaningful rapport. You think we're peers? Because you're pretty peerless when it comes to charm. Oh, that was smooth, Twan. Aw, shucks. I'm not sure whether I should be embarrassed to be on the receiving end of a compliment, or whether I should feel embarrassed for you after hearing you use such a cheesy line. My compliments are like Cheetos, artificially created in a lab and not good for you at all. When she laughed, there was a certain sparkle in her eye, and on any other night he might get caught up thinking about why people seemed to be on the verge of crying when they laughed. But in this moment, all he could dwell on was how warm it made him feel to see her laughing. How about this one? I can't read it. Yes, but you can see that it's shaking, right? It's like there's something trapped inside. Wow, that's kind of creepy. Do you suppose we ought to do something about it? I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. Free him! Whatever's in this jar wants to be out, I think. Do you think it ought to be out? I don't know. Do you think it ought to be trapped? It doesn't really strike me as a nefarious thing, but that's the strongest endorsement I can give. Oh! Thank you. Twan felt a warm glow around them, and it occurred to him that perhaps this was the inverse of what some people might feel upon seeing a benevolent spirit. Did you hear that? If you heard someone whisper thank you, then yes, I heard it too. Do you think we did something we shouldn't have? What's this we stuff? 2 hands touched that jar, and they were both yours. Yeah, but I get the feeling that we just unleashed something. I got that impression as well. Do you think we made a mistake? I think that you opened a jar that, without your interference, would have shattered anyway. So I'm not sure that our being here really changed anything. You're right. What if your existence here doesn't really change anything? I wasn't trying to be existential with that comment. So you did it without even trying? Wow, you're a real natural. Aw, shucks. Nobody has ever told me I have a talent for bringing up existential ambivalence. Well, damn the consequences. I'm glad we came here. I'm glad we came here too. Do you ever get that feeling like you've already sort of committed to a line of action, but you're still not sure whether it's going to lead you to something great or something that could hurt you? Are we still talking about the jar? Well, now that you said it, the pretense is gone. Let's get a move on, shall we? Anyway, the thing that I wanted to show you is here. Huh. Mind the gap. Oh. This is where the death train goes. Tuan's heart was pounding violently, but he knew himself well enough that it wasn't a fear of heights that was making his heart race. I hope you're not afraid of heights. I think it's natural to be afraid when confronted with a new environment that could be potentially lethal. Don't worry about the lethality. See? Nothing to be afraid of. Hannah touched him in the sort of way Tuan would have expected from her just to confirm that he was really standing in front of her and not some illusion. But her hand seemed to linger on his chest several moments longer than a simple spot check ought to have taken. He found himself feeling a bit disappointed when she finally withdrew her hand. Doesn't seem pleasant. The fall, I mean. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. Just because you'd survive doesn't mean it would be enjoyable. I know roller coasters are mostly safe, but I avoid them nonetheless. The falling does take a bit of getting used to. There's some deep primal fear in your body that gets unleashed when it realizes that it's had nothing to support its weight for several seconds. You get used to it over time. I get that it must be an exhilarating experience once you get past the sheer terror of it. What I want to know is how you've repeated it enough times to get over the fear. What compels a person to do that sort of thing? Truth be told, I don't know if I've ever gotten over the fear. Some people like to embrace the terror. It's the same reason that people go to horror movies or read books that make them cry. Or listen to albums that make them sob into their pillow. Yeah, some people just want to feel something, even if that something isn't warm and cuddly feelings. Is that downtown? I think so. But I don't really know the area that well, so you'd have to tell me if you recognize anything. I don't recognize anything specific. But judging from the number of rooftop bars, I'd say you're right about the location. Do you suppose any of them can see us up here? I don't know. It's kind of amazing to look at the city like this. I know. How we got up here from down there, I'll never know. I just meant it's very picturesque. The city has a certain kind of beauty to it. It seems lived in. Most cities do. That's why they're cities. People live there. But some cities seem so sterile. Skyscrapers and the like, uniform suburbs. You know, the kind of things that look like they were churned out of a factory on an assembly line. Cities created neighborhood by neighborhood instead of building by building. It is quite pretty to look at. Is it safe to sit like that? Look, if I can step off this platform, it would be crazy for me to be shy about letting my legs dangle over the edge. As Hannah swung her legs back and forth, Tuan was reminded of the days in his youth when he and his friends sat perched on a fence, swinging their legs in a similar fashion. Tuan wasn't sure why all of his memories of dangling legs lackadaisically were of early childhood. Maybe as his legs grew longer, his desire to try and climb on top of tall structures solely for the sake of sitting on them had waned. Hannah seemed utterly carefree, and the thought occurred to Tuan that it had been a long time since he had seen anyone his age acting in a way that could be described as carefree. It appeared everyone he knew had spent their life gradually accumulating more cares, never stopping to wonder whether having a great number of things to fret over was truly a good thing. At a glance, the cityscape below them seemed vivid and full of detail, but the more that Tuan tried concentrating on any particular part of it, the more his vision blurred. From up here, the city's neighborhoods all seemed to run together, as if the actual structure of the buildings were indifferent to the dividing lines its inhabitants tried to draw. Although the city was divided into different regions, there was no clear point at which North Melbourne ended and Carlton began. Each city block acted as a discrete yet indistinct part of a larger whole. You know, I should be able to see my house from here, but I can't. Or, at the very least, I can't recognize it. Actually, I can't recognize anything. When I look at the broad picture, I say, oh yeah, that's totally the Melbourne skyline. But I can't pick out a single facet or landmark that is where it should be. It's uncanny, isn't it? It certainly has a dreamlike quality to it. Do you think we're in a dream? No, but I have considered the possibility that maybe I'm in a dream and you don't exist. Really? I was thinking it was the other way around. I'm the one who's dreaming and you're the one who doesn't exist. I guess it's all about perspective. Considering the number of dreams that end with the sensation of falling, sitting perched on a rail platform above the clouds would be a good setting for the climax of a dream. Maybe when you stepped off the platform, you just tumbled into a different dream. Maybe it doesn't matter if existence is but an illusion, just so long as we're here to experience it. The two sat in silence a few minutes longer, stealing periodic glances at each other. Tuan wondered what might be happening in Hannah's head. Perhaps Hannah's mind was taken up with thoughts of what Tuan was pondering. Oddly, despite the silence, they seemed to have grown closer, as if somehow imagining what another person was thinking was somehow enough to make you feel as if you knew them better. You know, if the purpose of coming here was just to sit and stare longingly into each other's eyes, we could have done that back at the cafe. I came here to admire the view, and that's what I'm doing. Damn, he is smooth. That's a good line. But for all your verbal wit, you sure are slow to act. Don't you think you're long overdue to make a move? What? Oh. Thank you, Nerdy. My throat is so raw from reading. Why did it take you so long? It's easier to say something clever than to say something sincere. Aww. Her head is so much larger than his. I lied to you earlier. About what? Remember when I told you about my mother's leukemia diagnosis? How I was 15 years old at the time and my father left us? Yeah, I remember. Well, I lied about one thing. My mom wasn't the one who got the leukemia diagnosis. This hair isn't mine. 6 months of chemo were not kind to me. I felt like a fraud every time I tried wearing someone else's hair, so I got this synthetic prop wig from a costume shop. I decided if I was going to lie to the world about having hair, I might as well go full Rapunzel. I'd like to hear you say something. I shouldn't be surprised. You wouldn't make light of someone else's ailment. You take shots at other people when it's something trivial, And you take shots at yourself when it's something that matters. So when you started joking about cancer, I figured you were talking about yourself. It was that obvious? Not at first. But the more you talk to someone, the more you come to understand them. You interrupted something. I know. I was leaning into... I know. I'd still like to, if you'd like to. Sorry, the mood is gone. My fault. I ruined it. You need to reset the scene. Aw. That sounded like a request. It was. Tuan knew the rules of conduct in the terminal. As the last familiar sign of the cafe slowly receded into the distance, he came to realize they were now entering a world of their own construction. They were in a place without rules handed down to them by whoever policed behavior in the cafe. The idea that the two were free to do as they pleased was a thrilling yet frightening prospect. Perhaps thrilling and frightening didn't have such different meanings. Tuan wasn't sure where they were walking to. Perhaps they were just heading towards where they had originally came from. Or they were moving onward only to leave the past behind them. But Tuan knew for certain that they would eventually need to turn back. So these two are dead, right? You know, I'm not sure. I don't actually know. Because if a dead person tries to stay for longer than 24 hours, their existence starts becoming painful for them. And they start kind of like losing their sense of self. So usually people are very quick to move on after their initial 24 hours. And I believe that these two they had been cavorting for quite some time in the main story. So I'm not 100% sure. Oh. There goes Amtrak. Despite the revelation that had come only moments earlier, Tuan felt oddly at peace. Hannah had shared a secret with him. It was an affirming thing. It was, in a way, what he had expected. In fact, things were happening almost exactly as he had imagined, and that filled him with an overwhelming sense of dread, the fear that someone might discover him for who he was. He felt his heartbeat quicken as his mind raced for what would come next, and the uncertainty seemed to manifest as a sort of pain in his chest. He started feeling the slight, sharp, and cold prick of pins and needles on the skin of his legs, and he suddenly wanted nothing but for the moment to be over. As his eyes closed, the world around him became nothing but blackness. He felt only the panging sensation coursing through his body until he opened his eyes and then realized he was panting and that Hannah was rubbing his back. Are you okay? Chronically, no, but I'm fine right now. It's an anxiety attack. They happen sometimes when I get afraid. Not that you have to, but I'd feel better if you had a quip. I was just thinking, it's a good thing it didn't happen when we were sitting on the edge. It never happens when I'm in a physically precarious position. Never. It's always the moments when it seems like everything is in a comfortable place, free from any sense of peril. Because when everything is going right, it only takes the littlest thing to upset that and make everything go wrong. Is it what I said before? Not how you think. It's not what you said. It's what I didn't say. What didn't you say? I knew. Natural redheads rarely have blue eyes. That was my first clue. And when you started talking about chemo, that was when I put it together. You knew? Yes. I wouldn't have the courage to talk to you otherwise. The best friendships I ever made were the ones that came with an expiration date. That's what you said earlier. I think I understand now. He could see a wetness around the corners of her eyes. It was a look he was familiar with, but he was used to seeing it in the mirror the moment right before the tears started to flow. But the tears never came, and Hannah's eyes remained fixed on his, her gaze brimming with a sadness, frustration, or anger that Tuan couldn't quite place. That's what you see me as? A girl with an expiration date? It's not because of what you are. It's because of what I am. I didn't want to reduce everything to... I've been carrying around a lot of baggage. I came here because I wanted to feel normal for just one night. That's what I wanted too. I just wanted to leave everything behind and just feel normal. I guess we both messed up pretty bad. But I don't mind. He suddenly became aware that their lips were nearly close enough to touch. But that moment, that feeling of being so close to kissing, felt so perfect that he couldn't bring himself to end it by kissing her. The two continued to enjoy each other's company, teetering on the brink of a kind of physical intimacy that Tuan himself both longed for and dreaded. He wondered what she was feeling. He wondered if she had the same thoughts about him. But as time passed, his fears and concerns began to melt away, and he found himself simply taking joy from the fact that he was holding her, and she was holding him. And regardless of why they were here, what they were thinking, or what was installed for them, they were both here together.
Hey, Darksteel.
As Hannah buried her face in his shoulder, Tuan felt her shaking in his arms. He felt her hot tears as they soaked through the fabric of his shirt. He wondered if these tears were the kind that people fondly expressed as coming from a good cry. Moments later, he felt tears on his own cheeks. His first reflex was to hide them, as he had so many times before. And yet, as he felt the warmth streaming down his cheeks, he could see nothing but a kind, beautiful acceptance in Hannah's eyes. Tuan wondered if there was a world in which a tram might pull up to this platform in the sky, so he and Hannah might board it to be whisked away and never return home. Though he had a hunch she was thinking the same thing. They both knew they couldn't ride away together. But they could at least escape the platform, if only for a moment. Are you ready? As long as it's with you. Just don't let go of my hand. Tuan felt Hannah's grip on his hand tighten as they tumbled off the edge together. The feeling of exhilaration passed just as quickly as it had come. As Tuan stared into Hannah's wide, sparkling eyes, he found himself no longer feeling the same longing and excitement that he had felt before. It was replaced with a new feeling. He felt a sense of contentment that made the moment feel so perfect that he knew they had to find a perfect way to end it before something came along to ruin it. With no words to share, they had only the sound of each other's footsteps, and as they walked, Tuan became increasingly aware of Hannah varying the pace of her footsteps ever so slightly to keep up with his. He slowed to match her pace, and within a few strides, they were walking in lockstep. And then he found himself slowing down again, letting Hannah take the lead, only for her to slow her steps down once more. Each of them began walking slower, almost as if they were in a race that both of them were determined not to win. You know we can't keep doing this all day. Try me. As time passed, Tuan saw that Hannah's eyes were focused on nothing in particular, in a way that told him that her mind was someplace else. Strangely, it comforted him to know that Hannah, even when she was with him enjoying their company, did not seem to feel the need to be perpetually present. She was willing to let her mind wander, and as Tuan retreated deeper into his own thoughts, he wondered if perhaps the most intimate thing that two people could do was each be alone together. Him in his own little world, and she in hers, each enjoying the company of the other while also absorbed in the privacy of their own thoughts. You went out tonight looking for something very specific. Yeah, I might not be that specific thing. And if that's true, then I'm okay with it. And if it's not, then I guess I'm okay with that too. Me too. At least, I hope so. The first time they had passed the shelf of glass jars, Tuan had seen them as a motley assortment of unrelated items. It was, at first glance, a mess. But the more that Tuan concentrated on any given jar, the more he came to realize that each one was cut to a specific shape or size and contained a specific item. He looked at Hannah, who seemed to be absorbed in her own thoughts, and wondered if she too was observing the jars in front of them. Or if perhaps her mind was contemplating something else entirely, turning over thoughts of the evening they had spent together or the time they had shared on the train platform. You think that I'm carrying around a lot of pain. You're right. I just assumed it. Tuan became aware of the flaws, limitations, and shortcomings that were an inescapable part of who he was. It served as a reminder that every moment he lived was a sort of gift. As long as he was enjoying being allowed to experience the moment, he really felt he had nothing to complain about. Of course, he still felt pain and didn't enjoy it. His position of accepting the moment wasn't something he had come to easily. But now he was so firmly rooted in his stance. Nothing that happened around him was going to change it. Tuan thought he should vocalize this, and yet it seemed selfish to do so in front of Hannah, who very well might not be carrying that same sort of self-acceptance. And if the moment called for him to be silent, he was okay with that. I've been thinking about myself. Aw, they're holding hands now. Hey, Chewy, how's it going? I assume that you were carrying around a lot of pain, not because of anything about you in particular. It's because I assumed everyone is carrying around a lot of pain. Because it makes it easier when I assume that everyone else is going through the same thing. I think I have figured out one thing about you. I think you like me. Is that such a surprise? I just gave you a new piece of information, and it's a pretty big one. Did you think this did you think this was going to be the sort of thing where you reveal some big thing and then I say I like you anyway? Because it's different from that. Not for me anyway. You're carrying around some stuff. Stuff that's part of who I am. And I accept that. I like you. I like all of you. And when I say that, I'm not just saying it just because I want the rest of you, but because I want that specific part of you, for no reason other than that it's a part of you. Because every part of you is part of a cohesive whole, and you can't remove any of it without changing who you are. It's like an atom, where if you remove a single proton, you alter its composition and it becomes something else that's fundamentally different from what it was before. You don't get to carve out your favorite or least favorite parts. So when I say I like you, I mean I like all of you. Because that's the only way for me to say that I like you and actually mean it. You're not the first person who's ever said something like this to me before, you know. I've heard it in counseling before. But I think you're the first person who's ever said that and made me believe it. The most offensive way for someone to lie to you is to simply tell you what they think you want to hear. Yeah, you get it. I am doing very well, thank you. I'm glad you're doing all right, too. Are you ready to do this? I'm ready, as long as you're doing it with me. Then don't let go of my hand. Tuan waited for the moment when Hannah's form would start to fade, vanishing in the way that visitors from beyond the grave always did when leaving the terminal. Oh my god, she's dead! But moments passed, and he realized that the feeling of her hand in his was still just as real and tangible as it had been on the other side of the boundary that separated the terminal from the land of the living. Are you... I'm still here. I go in for my next round of chemo tomorrow. Oh my god. That was not funny, Necrobarista, tricking me like that. Oh my god. My heart. Say, don't you think you're long overdue? Aw, they're smooching. I love how she's taller than he is. That is so adorable. Oh my god, this game had me worried for like a second. Oh, and that was it. That was Necrobarista. Shit. If you have not been with me since the beginning of this game, and if you like visual novels and narrative experiences, if you like contemplating death and existentialism and letting things go, I strongly recommend this game. It is so well written and all of the characters are so neat and interesting. That might not have been the best example of how interesting and diverse the characters are, because I feel like both of those characters were kind of written by the same person. Um, but yeah, definitely give this a shot if you like visual novels and if you like reading. I know reading isn't everyone's bag. And there is there is a gameplay aspect to it, in that in between each chapter, or excuse me, during the chapter, some of the words get highlighted. And in between each chapter, you have to pick, I think, 7 of the words that showed up. And they give you these, like, tokens. And then you are walking through the cafe right after, and you can spend those tokens on reading the stories of some of the other departed souls that show up at the cafe. And you can't get them all in the first run. You have to play multiple times. That's what these memories are about. So yeah, that was Necrobarista. Hey there, Dan. How's it going? Okay, so I am gonna take a quick break, and then I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna play Hades. We're gonna finish the night off with Hades. So please stay with me. I will return shortly. Yeah, hang tight. Back. I make a video through. My ultimate goal with the content that I create is to make it free and available for anyone who might find it useful or entertaining in any way. If you're able to become a patron or make a one-time donation or even buy me a cup of coffee, you help ensure that I can keep paywalls out of the equation, because paywalls suck. If you have someone in your life who you think might enjoy the atmosphere around here, go ahead and bring them by and let them know where to find me. It's always great to make new friends. Once again, thank you so much for joining me and hanging out. In my opinion, time is the most precious thing that we own, and I'm really grateful that you're spending some of yours with me. So, thanks. Hello, I'm back. Okay, so I'm going to do a really quick vibe check with everybody who is present. So there are 3 options that I presented at the beginning of the stream when I was done with Necrobarista. So, like I said, I can play Hades, which is more fast paced. I can keep it chill and play Hard Space Shipbreaker, which is a game where you play like like a salvager, where you're salvaging spaceships and stuff. Or I can play an indie horror game that I downloaded today. So those are the three. What do y'all think? Because I'm kind of, I can go any way, honestly. Darksteel wants to see the horror game. Is that it? Indeed. Okay. I don't know how long this game is gonna be. Eknor, hello. How are you doing? So, Hades, chill, or indie horror? I think, doing the indie horror thing kind of feels right now. So let me extract this. So the horror game is called Symphony of Seven Souls, wherein just finished Lucas with the how is Lucas? Because I've got all three of the games on my Steam wish list, and they look cheesy, and I love cheesy horror. Symphony of Seven Souls. We are playing a violinist in this game who has a musician's block. So we're gonna take our violin and we're gonna go capture some demon souls, I guess, to recruit. Oh, not the game, the Pixar movie. Damn it. Two different moods. Two totally different moods. Oh, shit. Alright, let's see what I got going on here. Let me change. Hang on. I gotta do some real quick housekeeping. Just gotta, change, my stream title and stuff. I gotta tweet out that I'm doing a thing. Pause. Edit stream info. I don't want that. Category. I didn't think that was gonna be a thing. I don't know what category to put this under. Because we don't have an indie games category, I don't think. Uh, shit. Speaking of Hades, I've seen videos of the upcoming Steam Deck handheld running Hades, and it looks good on the handhelds. It is definitely like I can see it. I can see it being very, very good for handheld, because it's very arcadey in its controls and in its design. Shit. I don't know what category to put this under. Because Twitch doesn't exactly have, well, the game is called Symphony of Seven Souls, but it is an indie game that was released on Itch.io, so, like, Twitch isn't gonna have it in, like, its little list. And I don't think Twitch has much in the way of, like, generalized categories anymore, and that's why I'm kind of struggling right now. I could just put it just chatting, maybe? Sure. Whatever. Whatever. There's a games and demos category. Ah ha ha. Games for toddlers is a is a category. Okay, here we go. Done. Okay. Let me just tweet out about this, and then I'll be ready to go. Who made this? I want to make sure. Katana Levy. Okay. Oh, excuse me. Hey, we are of one mind, my friend. All right. Okay, let's move on. Let's do the thing. Gaming. Let's get to getting. I might need to futz around with volumes. Maybe, maybe not. Ooh. Oh. What? Hi. Are we friends now? What's going on here? Oh wow, look at how small that is. Let me fix that. Hang on. Oh shit. Maybe I can change. This is this is an indie game. So this is going to be a little weird. Just a little weird. Welcome back, nerdy. Okay, so this is just gonna be weird. Hang in there with me, folks. Okay, so I want to be able to... So just hitting escape closes out the game, so I really need to be careful about that. Okay. Alright. What you doing there, Gamerino? This is fun. This is a fun adventure. Maybe I should do like a special source for it. Game capture. Good. Don't do that. That's a little bit better, huh? Hey, there we go. All right, we fixed it. We fixed it, everybody. Okay, let's do the do. Let's play this horror game. So in this game, we are a violinist who is trying to compose the Seven Soul Symphony. But as you can see, the pages here are blank because we have artist block. And now, now the game is gonna crash just real fast. Fatal error! Oh no! Let's try it again. Where'd it go? No, don't do this. Hang on, I need to bring the thing back up. This might not work. Considering, all things considered. Okay, let's try it again. Everybody cross your fingers for me. Okay. Oh, this is like our bed. Are you just gonna like hang out there? Because I'm like, it's fine. Like, you know, whatever. Oh, hey, what's up, Coffin? Just chilling in my bedroom? Are we a vampire? Woo! Yeah, that was just like a wooden plank. Oh, there's a ton of coffins. This game is really like pretty. Like it has this really nice PS1 aesthetic going on here. Oh, yeah, definitely. Let's walk out here. Faux show. Oh, hello. So this is two, right? Two souls? This is a fun creature. Look at you. Some kind of giant baby bird with too many eyeballs. God, that lighting is really nice. Y'all hear that? So you're like a priest with four arms? Oh, look at him writhing. It's a lovely tune. A lovely tune. Hey! Whoa, I don't like you. So what is this, three? Three souls right here? You're not so bad. Look at him, he's smiling. He's just happy to be here. Ooh. How's your face there, buddy? Got a sinus headache? You need to get some Mucinex up in there. I get it, I get it. Ooh. Headband. Whoa! So 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is where everybody gathers, huh? We gotta go out. We gotta go out and look for more. What is that? 4? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so 3 more. This is gorgeous. Oh. just gonna keep the button pressed down the whole time. That seems to be the way to do it. Aha, aha. Who's this? Oh. Oh. Somebody with a severe case of scoliosis? That is a very cool creature, spirit design, soul design. So what, we have 2 more? Oh no! Oh, I'm stuck! The atmosphere is really nice. I'm hearing screams. It's getting louder and It's getting louder and I hate it. Yeah, Gothic churches were, like, built to be large acoustic amplifiers. Wait, were we a prisoner? Because it looks like we were wearing the same, or we were, like, in the same bed. I don't like these noises, so I'm just gonna dip. I'm gonna stop. I'm not gonna look. I'm not gonna look. Hey, what are you doing over here? Get... Whoa! What the shit, man? Stop! Quit it! Hey, 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 hey. Hey, what are you doing? Knock it off. This is some Silent Hill shit right here. Oh, we've already been... Hey! Hey! I mean, I'll ride you if you want. Woo! I am being menaced by a wheelchair right now, and I do not appreciate it. You don't even have round wheels. Where are you going? What are you doing? Stop it. Stop. Oh. You okay there, buddy? You just chilling in the... You need some help? Must be a Canadian wheelchair. Lando, no, you can't go back there. You need to stop it. No, mm-mm. No, mm-mm. Okay, so I'm locked in. Stop it. I'm just gonna keep playing. Wait, is this where I showed up? Oh, wait. Are there two of them? There's two. Oh, wait, this opened. Bet you can't chase me out here, you little punk ass. Yeah, that's what I thought. Stay in your little labyrinthine jail. Oh, wait. Hang on. Hang on. I swear to God, if that wheelchair shows up... Our wheelchairs are perfectly fine. Oh, now we're like on a street? Oh, is this where we started? I feel like this might be where we started, maybe. Yeah, I think this might... Yeah. What you doing? You still hanging out? I mean, you can help yourself to like whatever's in the fridge. You know, kick your feet up. Mi casa es su casa. Okay, which way did we go? Well, we came from there, so we're gonna go this way. Wait. Yeah, we went this way. Okay. I feel like maybe we didn't explore the graveyard enough, although we did find the bird. Yeah. This is a curious little structure happening here, huh? I'm just... Oh, this is... Okay, so that's the cathedral. The right of the graveyard? Yeah, that's what, Okay, so there's... Okay, so there's the four-armed priest. Can I go in here? No, absolutely not. No, can't go in there. That wasn't everybody, was it? You make me nervous. Look at how menacing. Are those bells? One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Okay, we're missing somebody. Are we the seventh soul? Somebody's on the piano. And the organ. It's more of a synth organ, but it's fine. I'm not picky. Music is music, you know what I mean? Know what I'm saying? Alright, so where are we missing? Sorry, I'm itchy. Is this where we went last time? I feel like it was. Is there anything over here? Oh. No. I'm not going back in that prison with that wheelchair. You can't make me. I don't know, maybe you can. If I have to, I will. But I won't be happy about it, and I'm gonna complain the whole time. I will. I didn't look all around the wheelchair. Oh yeah, because it was threatening me. Or maybe it was just being like aggressively hospitable. They're like, no, for real, like have a seat, get comfortable. Get comfortable. You don't have to be walking around, you don't have to use your legs. Just hang on, this cat. Hi, baby, I love you. Oh. Hi. He tried. He tried. Alright. Okay, fine, everybody. I'm only going because you said so. Oh, did both of y'all move? Can I go in here? And go this way. You know what'll be super embarrassing? Is if I go through all of this. Oh no, I've already been in here. If I go through all of this and like the wheelchair ends up being my undoing. That would be so embarrassing. Okay, yeah, so I've already got you. Well, hello there. Oh, nope, can't go that way. Can't go in the nooks and crannies and stuff. Oh, shit! Oh my god. That wasn't funny. Let me out! Hey, get your buddies to open this door. Whoa! Are you mad because I'm being too loud? Is it like after hours? Y'all are kind of like where I left you. So maybe I like deactivated them. I feel like I kind of exhausted all of my options in the prison, jail. Right. This is a dead end. This way, maybe? I already found you. Is that... Okay, so that's the church right there. That's where I need to be. Have we already determined that I went this way? Now I feel like I gotta double check everything. For real though, horror games. This is basically a key hunt. Can't have a horror game without a key hunt. Okay. Okay. So this is where I came from. Oh. Nope. Aha! Hello! No, what? Oh. You got like an extra rib cage. Or are those your hands? I can't tell. You look like a Venus flytrap, maybe? Yeah, that's like an extra rib cage. Is that like the scariest part of you, is just having extra anatomy? Alright. I suppose I don't really have to be playing anymore. This is a dead end. God damn it. I have a special contempt for mazes. The only maze that I have ever seen done well has been the ashtray maze in Control. No, Lando. No, honey. The ashtray maze was wonderful. And even then, like, it wasn't really a maze per se. It was more of a fun house. Also, you couldn't really get lost in the ashtray maze. Wait. Wait. Hang tight. Here we go. Right? Yes. Here we go. Let's go play this symphony. Let's do it. All right, y'all ready? Oh! Y'all see that? That's neat. Do I need to like take notes or oh, what's that back there? I want to go to there, please. Let me in. Woo! Bye. Oh, I'm like just playing now. So I guess I gotta make my way back to my studio? Hey, hey, hey. Hey, Matt. How's it going, baby? Oh. Oh, and then it just turns off. That was interesting. That was a fun and interesting game. The music, thank you for the GGs. The music was really pretty. And it sounded like it was like an actual orchestra that was playing a lot of that. Because there was like for realsies piano, either that or just like the person who wrote the music was just had like a real high musical aptitude, you know what I mean? Y'all, we're gonna play Hard Space Shipbreaker for the remainder. I just need to chill and just kind of just tear apart some spaceships, you know what I mean? You know what I mean, Vern? So we're gonna do that for a bit. Cause I only have an hour. We can demolish a ship in an hour. Maybe. Without we can do it, but I don't know if I can do it without blowing myself up. Oh, thank you for redeeming a Cheer Squad credit. Your name is going to be in the credits of my next couple of videos, I think. You gonna open up Hard Space or what's going on? Oh, also I need to change my stream info. What did y'all think of that? What did y'all think of Symphony of Seven Souls? I really liked it when we went in after we found all of the souls, and like every time we played, like the bones and viscera showed up on the cathedral floor. I thought that was really cool. Yeah, you've been hanging out for a minute. You've been hanging out for at least 2 games. Okay, hang tight, hang tight. I want to say that that game was possibly made for like one of the PS1 horror jams that you see over on Itch.io. I could be absolutely wrong on that account, though. Excuse me. Done. There we go. Let's get to getting. Drain disabled. We're gonna make this relaxed. I really like newer games that that do that kind of PS1 aesthetic, largely because I think like that particular nostalgia was made for me and my generation because we grew up with the PlayStation. How's my equipment? Oh, everything is good. No ship in bay. Let me see the catalog. The Cranch is the name of this vessel. The Cranch. The Persephone. Let me see. Let's do heavy cargo. Yeah, let's do that. Now I have to remember the controls for this game. Oh, wait, no. Oh, don't do that. Okay, that's how you brake. Wait, how... Nope. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Nope, don't do that. Stop it. Okay, those are my cameras. Oh, there's my light. That's good to have. Oh, here we go. All right. Here we go. Aha. Okay, all right. It's all coming back to me. I'll turn that on. How the fuck did I get that menu? Gonna fuck everything up. What does this button do? Nothing. Okay, good. Nothing ever goes right whenever I say, what does this button do? Oh my gosh, thank you. Son of a bitch. Oh, did you drop your thing? Oh, no. I was gonna say, why would you... You need that. Okay, right. These are the thrusters. We're gonna pause. We're gonna look at our controls. For the gamepad. Demo charge. What? Okay, up. I have been pressing up. What are we talking about? I literally just pressed the button. I don't know what you want from me, game. I am a professional video gamer. I got that. How come? Oh, how did it get unassigned? That's weird. Okay, well, that's weird. This key is already in use? No, don't do that. That's so weird. No, don't do that. I'm sure y'all were looking forward to watching me kind of fumble with these controls. I bet this is your favorite thing ever. How about we reset to defaults? Yeah, let's do that. Interact is X. Select tool menu is Y. Oh. There it is, I found it. I found it, everybody. Okay. Let's pull this shit off. Wait, where's the... Oh, hello. Oh, you can just rip these panels just right on off. All right. Oh, nope. No, 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 no. Nope. 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 There we go. You're in no rush? I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad that we're in it for the long haul together. This kind of work is the work of my people. There's gonna be descendants of mine in space just tearing ships apart. Okay, now I gotta find a... Well, wait, let me just undo all of this. Off. Have a wonderful evening. Please give Mr. Grundle and Mr. Lando belly rubs for me and toss in a few for Jonesy as well. I will do all of that. I hope you have a great night, Darksteel. Nope, 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 nope. This is it, folks. This is the game. How you feeling, Matt? Oh, I guess I can't do that one, huh? There we go. So the premise of this game, for those of you who have not joined me while I've been playing it, sleepy, sore, not very useful. That is incredibly normal, in fact. We are a blue-collar worker in space, and we have somehow accrued like 2 billion credits of debt. And we are working the debt off by being what is called a shipbreaker, which is somebody who demolishes ships for parts for the Lynx Company. The Lynx Company also owns the rights to our DNA so that they can make clones of us in case we explode or get crushed or implode, or any of a number. Burned, we can get burned, electrocuted. We could just fly right into these, into the furnace or the processor if we want. And every single thing we do costs money. We don't own any of our tools. It's basically like, you know, it's capitalism. Oh. Oh, it was already... Oh, I don't have to... Oh, hello. There's a reactor. Oh, and there's a big old fuel thing. This place is just a big old firecracker waiting to go off. Alright, let's see what we can do here. Yep, they absolutely want to make sure that you pay your debt. What's this? You can also pick up things like that, the little data thing, and it tells you the story of the people who owned or operated the ship. There's also a secret little subplot. Your fellow yard workers are secretly trying to unionize. But we have to keep that on the DL, you know, so Lynx doesn't try to union bust. You know what I mean? There was a lid on this. Oh, yep, there it is. There it is. I found it. Found the lid. Is there any way that I can open this? God, there is so much flammable shit in here. There's O2 canisters, fuel line, multiple fuel lines I see. Fuck. Oh, what's this now? What's this? Can I touch it? No? Oh, man, look at our HUD. The closer we get to the fucking reactor. Why would you put just so many dangerous things by each other? Make it make sense. Is this a fuel flush? Thruster ejection switch. I need that. That way I can just yank that out with no problems. Is there fuel flush? Yes, there is. Just make these slightly less dangerous. Chill, procedural, dark, anti-capitalist. Absolutely. You know me so well. You know me better than most. Alright, flush that shit out. Order of operations is crucial. Because I can fuck things up so fast. Let's grab these. Just like on our way out. I just want to grab the thruster. Oh, it's the wrong way. Alright, so... Thruster. Oh, there's hella antenna too. Let me grab that real fast. The barge down here is for reusable parts. I think I'm only like a level like 5 or something. There are a lot larger and a lot more dangerous ships apparently. but I haven't made it too terribly far. Alright, let's get this cutter out. Wait. No, don't do that. Don't do that either. Nope. Damn it. You know what? I don't need that anyway. I need this. Is what I need. Alright, now we got this big sumbitch. Oh, no, that's not what we're pulling out right now. There we go. There we go. That's what we're pulling out. Ooh! I'm pretty... Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Okay, well, it's fine. Alright, I kind of want to get rid of this reactor, like, ASAP. Oh, that's the thing there, okay. I'm pretty sure. Ooh. Okay. Well, shit. Damn. There is no elegant way to do this. I think I just have to be a big brave dog and like carry that shit out with me. Can I please have this? Can I please have this? Oh, no. That's not a panel that I can take. Okay. Oh, maybe there is an elegant way. I mean, not elegant per se. Just gonna slowly back out of here. I'm not in any rush. I'm not in any rush. I'm not in any rush. Oh, come on. Come on, man. This is also kind of like a game of Tetris. You really gotta... Damn it. I will brute force this. Don't think I won't. Don't think I won't brute force this shit. You know what? You can just stay right there. You can just hang out. A multi-tool? Give me that shit. I've never seen this asset in the game before. Okay. I want to get rid of these nacelles like as soon as humanly possible, but I don't know how connected they are to the fuel tanks that power them, that I assume power them. So this is gonna be super cool and fun to find out. All right. Get over there. Alright, alright, alright. Gotta be real delicate-like about this shit. Real delicate-like. Because the minute we unseat this thing, it's gonna go critical. Alright. Fuck out of there. Stay down there. It is spectacular when one of those blow up. Spectacular. Do you need to be flushed? Or are you just like an extra? Okay. Get out of here. I'm gonna take this light. Gimme. See, now if this were me, this were me floating around in space, I would, like, take all the lights out. Like, I would unscrew them all, but, like, they don't encourage you to do that. Because, like, you get money for sending these back to the warehouse. And it's not even really, like, worth it. When I was delivering papers with my mother way back in the day, we also collected, like, soda cans that we found on the road so that we could take them in to get recycled, get a little bit of money that way. It was not worth it. Like, we must have gathered, like, some stupid, like, 500, 700 cans, and we got, like, $40 or some stupid. If that, probably not. So yeah, that was a waste of time. That's what grabbing these lights feels like to me. Get out there. Make this shit as not explodey as possible. Alright, what's your deal? I'm not gonna mess with you. I'm not gonna mess with you right away. Get rid of these nacelles first. Okay, don't go nowhere. I'm about to connect these two together. Okay. Alright, have a plan. Have a plan. Yeah, there we go. Oh no, what is that? Okay, it needs to go to the barge. Okay, good. Okay, let me get rid of this. No. Let's get rid of the fuel tanks. Now that they're not attached to anything. Oh, nice. What in tarnation? I have never seen this ship layout before. Whoop! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh shit! Okay. That's one way to do it. Oh, did I fuck it up? I think I fucked it up. I don't think I can get money for it anymore. It's fine. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about it at all. Garbage. Oh, what do you mean this goes in the furnace? It's fine. Okay. Okay. How, oh, it just straight up blew up. Damn it. Punk ass fuel tank. Give me this. I wonder why it blew up. I thought I was doing good. Maybe one day they'll do a co-op mode. That would be baller. I would love to deal with like a random explosion that my partner does on the ship. That would kind of be super fun. Actually, it would be more like they would be dealing with my random explosions. Okay, that's for the barge. Hey, what's that fuel tank doing there, though? There's so much shit to flush out. Oh, 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 no, no! No, gravity. There we go. Okay. Now, what is this shit right here? Storage bin. Go ahead and bring that shit right on over here. Whoop. I just need to double check and make sure there's no electric bullshit that I need to worry about. connected to anything. I should probably look where I'm going. I'm a pro though, it's fine. Oh, no, no, no. We're losing it. We're losing it. There we go. There we go. There we go. Get out of here. Get that from back here? Yeah. The less I have to move in space, the better. Oop. What's this now? That's garbage. Oh, I'm still so upset about that fuel cell. Fuel cells are like 15 grand. 15 grand of monies. Space monies, space bucks. Woo! Oh no! Okay, alright. I think I might be able to kind of start wholesale just getting rid of these floorboards. Okay, don't go nowhere. Let's see if I can get a nice little train going. Whoa, no! Okay, it's fine, it's fine. Alright. Alright. Okay, so these are processor. Is it 3? I think it was 3, right? Oh no, 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 no. God damn it. That's not what I wanted to do. I forget how you undo tethers. Definitely not like that. Damn. Here. We're just gonna go back and buy some more tethers. So I don't have to deal with it. Tethers, please. I'm probably running out of fuel. 1,217,524,733 space bucks is what I owe. And I don't like it. Thanks. I'll do what I can in this capitalist hellscape. Thank you. Oh shit. Is the fuel cell just chilling out here on the side? That won't end poorly. No. No, no, no. Yeah, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Why would you put a fuel cell on the outside of a ship? I mean, I suppose it's more likely to leak rather than explode out in space since there's no oxygen. It doesn't mean that there's not any flammable gases out in space, though. That's the thing. That's what I find perplexing. Okay, now I can execute the super awesome, super smart plan that I originally intended. Okay, do that. We go there. Do that. We go there. And I take this. And I put it there. There we go. This might move the ship in an unpleasant way. Hey, hey. There you go. Alright, there you go, there you go. I helped. Nope, I don't trust it. I don't trust it. Keep going. There you go. All right. Yeah, give me them chairs. I am noticing I have never had to deal with a bathroom on any one of these ships. I can't say I'm disappointed by that. Well, no. I think it would be fun to deal with the space. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay. That's probably garbage now. Damn it. You okay, buddy? Oh, fuck. Oh, yeah, that's garbage now. Just chill, just chill, just chill. There we go. There we go. Apparently our girl here doesn't like handling live electronics out in space. I don't understand her. I don't understand her malfunction. Oh, I can just like pick it up. I don't need it, but I grabbed it anyway. So is it just like a bad idea to grab, you know what? There's probably some batteries that I need to be taking out, which I guess would make sense. Because how else would it be powered? You would think that they would use the little reactor, because why else would it be there except to power the spaceship? swear to God, if anything that isn't supposed to explode explodes. Take a little. Okay, first and foremost, we're gonna get rid of these cages because they are just getting in my way. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Or maybe, you know, maybe it was just like the kind of like heat that I was generating rather than actually shooting the thing with heat that made it blow up. I guess that would make sense. You would think that the container, the fuel container would be, you know, more able to handle large amounts of heat. Processor? Okay. Wait, what is this equipment mount? Oh, they don't give a shit about the equipment mount, so it's fine. There we go. Oh no! There we go. I guess. Yeah. You just gotta make sure. Sometimes I just leave shit floating. And you don't get credits that way. If you just leave shit floating out in space. Oh, what? What the shit? I need that. God damn it. Here we go. Okay. Alright. Now I can deal with the important parts, which are the light fixtures, obviously. I would love to play this game in VR. Holy shit. I don't even know if it has a VR version. Thinking about it. Alright. So, the whole reasoning behind that is because I want to get back here and see if there's a battery that I need to disable. Yep, look at that shit right there. I'm guessing I should have left that light attached so I can see. Yeah, look at that right there. There we go. Now everything is detached. Now I can grab these computers. Yep. Without them. Woo! Without them shocking the shit out of me. Blown. Okay. We're doing real well. We're doing real well. You would love to watch me doing this in VR. I don't normally get motion sick thinking about it, so I might be okay, at least in that regard. I would probably get hella disoriented. Why are you huffing and puffing? That's the one piece of gaming technology that I've kind of been putting off. I don't think they're prohibitively expensive anymore, certainly. I don't know, it just seems so advanced, you know? That's the old lady brain kicking in. There is a generation of children who have been like for as long as they have been alive, virtual reality has been a thing. Like they will never know a time without virtual reality. That's fucking wild to me to think about. There's an answer in a Steam thread. A dev says it would be awesome, but they're focusing on the PC version. That's fair. That is 100% fair. They're putting a lot of work into this. They're not children anymore. Are kids Zev's age, like, has VR always been a thing for them? I don't actually 100% know. Because we're talking about babies born in 2000. 2000-ish. I don't know what kids are up to these days. Give me that light. There was VR in the mall when I was... Really? Huh. I'm sorry, I should clarify. Like, affordable home virtual reality. Because I do remember... I do remember the kiosks that you're talking about. And they were so incredibly novel, weren't they? What is this now? Give me this storage bin. Hey, met my second goal. If I could just get that third goal reached, then I can just leave it. I don't have to worry about nothing. Because I got the nacelles, I got the computers, I got the chairs. I think I'm gonna detach this. I don't need to be worrying about this anymore. One of the things that I find particularly challenging in this game is that you do have to you have to disassemble in kind of a symmetrical way, because as you remove parts, the craft becomes lighter, of course, right? And it's easier to kind of jostle it in space. And that makes it slightly more difficult and uncomfortable to move around it. And the less balanced things are in space, the higher your chances of getting crushed by something. Or like it's more difficult to control because things aren't, you know, in line. Speaking of which, how are we doing? Is this gonna be a little heavy, but I think yes. Okay, it is detached. This is gonna be rough. Okay, so what I need to do, oh my gosh, this is gonna be rough. And then it's gonna pull it real weird like that. Oh God. Yeah, it's starting to get all helter-skelter. Now that it doesn't have that weight attached to it. Thank you for the GG. Grab these panels, some a little easier. Oops. Oh, these are like in sections, so I should probably remove them in sections. That would probably be the smartest thing to do. No, no. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. No, just if you don't pay attention to it, it's fine. Let's do this. There we go. What did I set on fire? Making physics work for you in this game is also a very interesting gameplay mechanic. This is a weird little roll bar. Get all the things. Yes, I did. think that decoupled everything. I believe. Yes, indeed. Either that or this is going to be really awkward. Let's just let that do the work for me. There we go. Yeah. All right, babes. So that's me. That's me for the night. Please stick around for the raid. I'm going to find someone awesome to send y'all off to. I had a lot of fun. We played a fun little indie game. The game was short, but, you know, not a lot of people understand that, like, games don't have to be long to be good, you know? Like, a lot of people like to artificially lengthen their games. Who should I send y'all off to? Huh. There was surprisingly a few people. Hard Space Shipbreaker was relaxing. Oh, I'm glad. I hope that's a good thing. Here, let me see. I'm gonna send y'all off to Alien King Luke. Where are you, Twitch? So, before I get to, there we go. Oh, they're playing Friday the 13th, the game. So, next week is my week off. You will see uploads on my channel. Largely of, like, the indie game that I played tonight and, like, my whole walkthrough of, Necrobarista. That should be it for me. So, till next time, I won't be back this Monday, but the following Monday. So, till next time, take care of others, take care of yourselves, and I will see y'all later.